Hello. Hello. Stream notification is out. That's good. We love automation. Okay. First thing I want to do is when you make a new layer. Wow, we've got a lot of lines here. When you make a new layer, wherever that function is. Oh, hey. Good morning. Welcome to the stream. Glad you could make it. Is this it? Yeah, this is it. Uh, Create line layer. Yeah, okay. This should be a little bit more involved, I think. We update the layers display when we create a new layer, right? Yeah, obviously. And where does it go? It goes to the bottom of the list, right? And the bottom of the list is technically the top layer, which I guess is okay. I thought there was something missing from this operation. There has to be, right? If I create a new layer. All right. Well, I can't think of it right now. That's so weird. But I know there's a bug related to it, so maybe I should reproduce that bug. Okay. So for one thing, when we add a new layer, this doesn't update. So that's a clue. That's a clue. Now, why wouldn't that update? And I check and uncheck that, and it goes back. Okay, so why wouldn't that update? I update layers display, and what does that do? Okay, layer selection changed. Should I also just call on layer selection changed? Is my layer selection changing? Oh, okay, I think... Yeah, I think that's sort of the thing. I think that's the thing. I think when you create a new layer, God, there's too much code here. When you create a new layer, um, I mean, I know we're gonna call this, and I suppose we put it there. But I think what it should do is it should just select that one layer. That seems like a good default. Is that? I think that's the most common thing. Because it's pretty rare. Creating a new layer. What should the default be? Well, let's just see what this does. I can't decide if when you create a new layer, it should just add to your selection or it should unselect everything and only select that one layer. Okay, so yeah, that's good. That's what you want to see. Hmm. Okay. Now, is that the only bug? Is that the only bug? So hold on. I'm guessing default says selected true, right? Is visible, yes. Is highlighted, false. Is selected true. Yeah, so is selected being true is why. Huh. I guess just adding to the selection for now is acceptable. Sure. Sure, why not? Okay. On layer selection change. And what does it do? Does this is this doing anything superfluous right now? I want to update the heading text, yes. I want to update the options div. Uh Probably that's true. Yeah, probably. And then the control point handles. Possibly? Okay. I keep accidentally. Okay. What happens when I'm editing a control point? Okay, so I want to edit the armpits and I want to do this. And then I decide to add a new layer. What happens? Okay. That's okay, that's interesting. I add that new layer. It is selected. It's selected, but it's not really, is it? It's selected, but it's not really. Because it says, well, assuming this is correct, it says I'm editing two control points in two layers when it should be in three, I suppose. What happens? Yeah, yeah. Then that's not great. Okay. Which, so how would I, if I do this, boop, 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 and now that's working. That's weird. That's weird behavior. Okay, so heading text is currently lying to me. Or at least, well, it's not really lying, is it? But it's still not selecting the right things that I think it should be. Okay. So what controls, what's the internal state of the selected control points? Handles? Select, oh, okay. Get selected handles. Mm-hmm. Okay. So my array of control point handles gets updated somewhere. Oh, well, it's this. Okay, it's clearly okay, this must be it, right? This is simply it. Okay, update control point handle. And I call this function. I call this function on layer selected change. Also, now I understand what you are doing with the bubbles. Hey, yeah. it I knew that you that there was like a slight misunderstanding, and I was just like, I can't really explain this just via text. It's like not worth explaining. So I'm just like, he'll understand it when it's done. It's one of those things you just have to see or experience to believe. And that doesn't mean that it's the right selection either, but it's different. It's definitely different. Okay, so I go through all the layers. I'm iterating over the layers, and I'm iterating over the control points in all the layers. And what happens? Handle is this. If handle. Oh, hold on a second. Okay, so where else do we call this function? I call it once here. I call it here, and I call it. Oh, it's only on selection change. What does this function do? What does this function do? Oh, now I know what this does. Okay. It sort of defines what the control handles are. Oh, okay. Oh. Oh, God. Okay. Yeah, so when I add a new layer, this is complicated. When I add a new layer, I need to map the currently selected control points like onto this new like control point handles gets deleted when I call this function. Okay. Uh so how is it even working as it is right now? Like how does the selection stay selected when I add a new layer? I wrote this code and I'm still so confused. I don't understand. It's better to have the handles attached to the layer than the base canvas. Well, it's better to have the handles attached to the layer than the base canvas. So here's the problem. Is like the control points, those do belong to the layers. But the quote unquote handles, these little dots, that's what that I'm conceptually those are the UI. They're like separated. They're abstracted separately from the layers themselves. I've got n number of layers that all have control points that do the same things, and the user wants to be able to edit the control points for all the layers at the same time. So and I'm like partially remembering this as I'm saying this. Control point. A control point has this. Okay. These are the actual these are the actual values for the control points. And then the control point handle is where it gets displayed to the user. And a control point handle can have one or more associated layers and one or more associated control points in those layers. Uh, Generally, it's like 1-to-1. So if there's one layer here, there's going to be one control point here. So what do I do? How do they stay? So a control point handle. I'm confused at how confused I am at this. I wrote this just recently. Okay. A control point handle is selected. Okay. So how I select the control point handle, I add a new layer. How is Oh, it's not still selected. It's not still selected, but this thinks it's still selected. What? Why does this think it's still selected? Oh, hold on. No, I know why it's still. It's because the heading text update comes after this update. So actually, this should go first. Okay, that's one thing. Because this is the underlying model rather than the quote unquote view if you subscribe to the whole model view controller paradigm. So you update the model first, and then so if I select something, then I do this. Okay, that is correct. That makes sense. Okay. Is that okay? Huh. I'm messing with some control points. I bring them in, and then I add a new layer. What should happen? What happens right now is it exits the control point editing altogether. So, maybe that's okay. Thinking about it, that might actually be okay. Um, and that's way better than the alternative. Because the alternative, you would consider that normal. Okay, good. It's very strange because there's not really a baseline of user experience for something like a noteskin editor. This is like a very niche thing, and I'm sort of making it up as I go. That's what that behavior is way better than the alternative, which would be like the user would expect it to end up in this state, because then I would have to compare the old set of control point handles to like the new one, and I'd have to like map them over somehow, which wouldn't be that hard because all these things have the same control points, but like doing that in general is would be weird. There's a baseline experience for graphics editors with layers, which is basically this. Yeah, so that's sort of, I mean, I copied this set of operations from paint.net, which is the main graphics editor that I use. Uh so that's good. That's the only reason why I can sort of handle this conceptually. Uh yeah, and then there's this, and this is slightly Why is the line width so little? Am I crazy or does the line width seem small? Oh, it's because I put the fill layer on top of the line layer. That's actually just how it looks. That's fine. That's totally normal. Okay. Cool. In that case, great. It's done. What would also be really nice is the ability to add what we call primitives to the ends of the arrows to quickly change their character, especially half circles. Uh, you're correct, but so I have some hope of adding something like primitives. Just like free form primitives that you can place anywhere on the arrow. Because I see that in certain note skins where they have like a some kind of design or something in the center of it. Um, put them on the ends of the arrows, especially a half circle. What do you mean exactly? I claim I can accomplish something like that without needing primitives. A little pill thing in the middle for divide by hollows common. Okay, yeah, you can send me an image. Because one thing I'd like to be able to do is uh, take these two control points on these ends here, and instead just use one, just like merge them in the middle, and that would give you a little bit more flexibility. It would just let the bevel do more. Line layer, fill layer, and next would be delete layer. Posted in general. Delete layer should just delete all the layers that you have selected, right? Yeah, that would make sense. Looking at the image, huh? It's like a two-tone thing. Is that not what you were pointing out? The fact that it's two-tone? I'm clicking on them individually. Okay, it's not the fact that they're two-tone arrows. Okay, I'm looking at this guy. Looking at this guy, and to me, that looks very similar to holy shit. Whoops. Um, there. And then a white outline, which I can't do yet. And this. increase. Well, it's already at max bevel size. Uh, then edit the whole thing to make the line width a little bit less. Have I not recreated it except for the two-tone thing? What am I missing? Well, okay, I noticed that like this is fatter. I still feel like I'm missing what you're pointing out. It's curved along the entire edge. Oh, I see what you're. That's what you're trying. Like, because I would argue that it for this one right here, it's not actually curved along the entire edge. There's definitely a straight part. But I see exactly what you're talking about. You sent the bad one. Okay, okay. Don't worry about it. I know what you're talking about. Okay. That specific thing would be so here's the technical issue that I'm dealing with, right? There's two. It's easier to see when I just turn bevel size. Okay. So you see all these corners. Each of these corners is a control point, right? So, yeah, I think that's right. So what I would need to do is just get different control points. So rather than having one here and one here, I would need one in the middle. And then the other two control points would be controlled by the essentially just by the bevel slider. Because how I've implemented bevel is by adding two additional control points, which is hard to explain. Um, but each of these corners gets two extra control points that move up or down. So it's actually so accomplishing what you're talking about, like making it curved all the way through, would actually just be reducing like it's one less degree of freedom. And I think it's such a common use case that I'm totally gonna add that. If you were going to do it with math, you'd want to generate a Bezier curve between those 2 points. Oh, don't talk to me about Bezier curves. Those are scary. Okay, they're not actually scary. I just haven't ever learned them. Hmm. Let me see. Just steal the code off Stack Exchange like a normal programmer. Yeah, pretty much. Well, I'm sure I don't even have to do that, right? Like, I'm sure I could just Google, uh, I'm sure I could just Google HTML canvas Bezier curve, and it has, yeah. It's already got that. Yeah, it's already got that. How my quote unquote curves work right now. Boop. Why is it being weird? I can't click and drag right now. I don't know why. Do you see that? What's its problem? Okay, cool. Just restart it. It's easiest to see up here at the tip or the nose. Um, what it does is it draws an arc, which is part of a circle. It draws an arc between the two sort of related control points. So instead of doing quote unquote arc, it's trying to grab the image asset and pull it into a new tab. I suppose. I suppose it is. Oh, I mean, like I know I can like copy image and stuff. But, so I could just parameterize it and just expose that to the user somehow. So like rather than just saying like one of the selections could be circular or like arc, and then another could be Bezier. And if the user selects Bezier, then they get some other parameter related to the curviness of Bezier curves. I don't actually know what the parameter does, but I think there's some parameter to it. Yeah, that is easy enough. That doesn't require primitives, um, which would be great. I'm actually trying to get away, see if how far I can get without using primitives at all. That would be nice. Because that would be a whole separate concept. Like, I wouldn't be using arrow shaped things anymore if it was just like a general primitive, like a rectangle or something. Ah, okay, I got your new posted version. Yeah, I see exactly what you're talking about. Yeah, and those curves are very much not circles, are they? That sort of curviness is definitely not circles. Hmm. But yeah, that's doable. That's totally doable. Or you control the user and force them to draw it with a virtual etch a sketch. Yeah. Okay, we need to be able to delete things. Update layers control panel. No. Delete. Delete. On-click. Okay, so I think certainly I will do that. And then what? I'm deleting layers, and I don't think I need to worry about references to them hanging out. I think I can just delete them. Yeah, I think I can just delete the selected layers. I forget how to delete from arrays. Help me, I'm a bad programmer. You can remove the element in any index by using the splice method. Ah. That's why I don't remember it. Because it's called splice. Start at I, delete 1. Hold on. Do I have to put the 1 here? Would you also be able to add a preset circle, bar, and rotated square? Since those are the 3 most common other skin types, or would that be too much of a pain? That's what I'm talking about with primitives. The circle, bar, and rotated square. How much of a pain would they be? They're enough of a pain that I'm gonna save them for like 3 days from now at least, probably. But um technically speaking, they're not that hard to do. Like drawing them is not difficult. I would just have to restructure the code a little bit to sort of handle them as an edge case. Adding them after the arrow is already down versus importing them at the start are completely different problems now. I'm not sure what you mean by that question. They will basically have to be implemented as another kind of layer so that you can select them just like the other layers. They don't necessarily need control points. Um, which could be a nice simplification, right? You could just control everything via a slider. You can get away with it just being a preset since the only control point you need is the line weight on the border. Well, they're you're not sure how you're drawing the arrows. Yeah, it's like they would need to conform to the layer interface, which is not that hard, I think. Canvas, context, preview, control points. Uh, okay, so like a layer already has control points, but that's not a big deal. I would just need a different kind of layer. It's not that hard to to draw the shape and just set up sliders for it. It would just it's a little bit outside of my current abstraction, so I would have to stretch the abstraction a little bit. You're correct. The vertices are coordinates. Okay, so how it works? How do you draw an arrow? How do you draw an arrow? Okay. Um, Actually, this isn't what I want to show you. Where did it go? Is it here? Okay. Yeah, here's how it works. You get an array of points or control points, and you iterate over them, repeatedly calling either move to or align to, and then you've defined a path. So it's all about defining a path is really what it is. And if I want to do a bevel, then I need to use the quote unquote bevel points in the control point, which are like algorithmically determined. And then if I want like the circuit, like the rounded edges, then I use arcs in the path. And then everything else comes after I've defined the path. So like after I've defined the path, then we just do stroke to draw a line, or we do fill to fill the shape. And at some point I'm going to add color selection. Okay, I wanted to Google this. JavaScript splice. Oh, weird. You could also replace an element. You can use splice to insert things. What kind of crazy person would do that? If delete count is omitted, then all the elements from start to the end of the array will be deleted. What? What? Oh, didn't know that. Okay, so I put 1. So I definitely do have to put 1 there. It does not default to 1. Cool. Okay, and if we delete an element, then we need to change I think. Yeah, we need to do I minus minus. Cool. Well, that might just work. Okay. So if I want to delete my line, it appears to have deleted the line. And this works, and this works, and this works. And I add a line. And so if I'm editing a control point, let's select this one. If I'm editing this control point and I delete the layer, what happens? I think that's right. I think that's right. Yeah. Why? I'm a little bit curious why this bevel size is like this, though. Speaking of colors, that reminds me to remind you of Lane biased skin coloring being a thing. Doesn't really matter if everything is being spit out in the same orientation and rotated by the game, but I can't remember if it is or not. Oh, there's a 200 character limit in chat. I'm sorry. What did you want to tell me about lane biased skin coloring? That's something to do with the rhythm game engine, right? It's not necessarily a concern at the note skin uh, designing stage. I hope not. That sounds hard. If the rotations are being defined by the editor, then it matters. I mean, that's just something I'm not super familiar with. Like, do the major rhythm games have rotations in their note skins? Google's for note skins. Normal way to do it is to have your assets in a sprite sheet and then to apply the rotations in the ini. Yeah, that's sort of what I assumed slash hoped. In which case, it sort of doesn't matter what rotation I use. I mean, it probably matters a little bit. Like if I default to down, whereas it's normally expecting up, then obviously that would be an issue. The new way to make it easier for beginners is to force the user to have things rotated correctly. As you can see in this skin I uploaded to general. Force the user to have things rotated correctly. Well, what do you mean by no sprite sheet in that case? Do you just mean that they're separate images rather than all being in the same image? I see. I got you. If I put all my arrows in the same orientation, they would all appear in the same orientation instead of the proper left, down, up, right. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I suppose I see what you're saying. Um, I mean, what I can do fairly easily is just let the user choose whether they want the output in a sprite sheet or as a bunch of separate images. Yeah. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay. Have I addressed all your concerns? I feel like I'm missing something. I'm just asking for what is correct for your game. Oh, right. Um, well, right now in my game, uh, I have it all as separate images. I don't use a sprite sheet because uh, because to me the sprite sheet just made things harder. Try like that would have been an extra image editing step that I didn't want to deal with, and I don't think it matters as far as performance is concerned. Um, that can't be true, but it may be slightly true. Cause at the start of the at initialization, it loads all the images into memory. The reason for sprite sheet is to keep it in the same area of memory. See, my problem is I don't understand enough of how the browser would actually handle it. I guess you're right that it's like all handling in the same spot of memory. But like, what if? Okay, here's a weird thought. What if it actually performs better having them all in separate pieces of memory because they're like smaller bite-sized chunks, and so they can be at a higher level of the cache, rather than if it was all on a sprite sheet, it would be a bigger file, and so it would have to be at a lower level of the cache or something like that. I don't know. I don't actually know. That's one of the that's the a thing where I'd have to like actually do a performance test to see if I should care. Sequential is almost always faster than random access. Yeah, but like so so what? Like I agree with that in general, but that doesn't imply that it would work in this specific case because just because we have several millions of lines of code that we don't control in the way, like between us and the processor. That's my only concern is like in like C programming when you're close to the hardware, 100% I agree. We're so far away from the hardware that literally anything could happen. I don't know. Like for all I know, the file name length affects the performance. Like I just it could literally be anything. I don't know. It is a yeah, if it were a sprite sheet then it's just a single file to move around, yeah. But it's also a more complicated spec to explain to people. It's like, yeah, you need to have some certain box size and they need to be spaced some certain amount or like not spaced at all. Uh, and they need to be in order, in some order. Maybe it doesn't matter. I don't know. Having the file name be the physical memory address speeds up the performance by 250% on the Commodore 64. That is a relevant tidbit of information that I didn't know. That's pretty funny. Duplication. I always do that. Okay, there's like an order to how we're duplicating things, right? So I generally want to preserve the order. What does that mean? So if I've got layers, if I've got layers 1 and 2, and I duplicate them, and so I think, I could just test this, right? It's so much easier to test rather than just like hypothesize about it. This is a problem. I need to do a deep copy. Oh crap! I need to do a deep copy. And I think it's hard to do that in JavaScript. JavaScript deep copy. Let's Google that. You can use an online sprite sheet generator. More accurately, the individual commands, since the memory blocks are so small, but at any rate, it's pretty neat. Yeah, I mean, I performance programming is cool. Oh, that reminds me. Do you follow Casey Muratori? He's he's started releasing some interesting an interesting video series. You do not currently. He on Substack he launched a series of courses, lectures. Um, he's making a course called Performance Aware Programming that that I'm really interested in. It's not free. You have to be a monthly subscriber, and you don't just like buy the whole course. You pay monthly for access to it because he's using Substack, and Substack is weird like that. Okay, well, this is the Mozilla docs for deep copy, so that could be useful. In JavaScript, standard built-in object copy operations do not create deep copies. Instead, they create shallow copies, which is natural. One way to make a deep copy of a JavaScript object, if it can be serialized, is to use stringify and then parse. Oh joy. Functions are not serializable. Functions are not serializable. That's probably a problem. Also, structured clone method will create deep copies. Yeah, I'm gonna have to write my own clone operation for the layers. Is that true? How true is that? I think it's true because the control points have this right here, and functions are not serializable. If what it's telling me is correct. Uh, yes, to expect if he's catering to programmers that people are going to pay for a month and scrape the course, right? Yeah, I know, right? That is 100% the correct approach to that, no doubt. It's not finished yet, so if that's your strategy, then you have to wait for a little while. the The selling point for not waiting is that he does Q&As based off of user questions. So, if you're like in the course while he's doing it, you can ask questions. Probably way above your level. Um I don't know about that. I forget. Are you like actually a programmer? You talk so much about like hardware and performance stuff. I don't actually know. You've done programming before, right? I feel like we've had this conversation before. Not a competent programmer. Okay. Okay, that's fair. Um, let's see. It might still be of interest even to someone who's not really good at programming. Um, yeah, but you're gonna miss out on some of the depth because I'm pretty sure I've only watched the intro video, but he's gonna like one of the ones that I'm really interested in is he's gonna show how slow Python is, which I just can't wait for. I just can't wait. I should stop streaming and go watch that video now. No, I'm not. Dude, how the frick am I gonna do this? This is so silly. Um, I'm gonna eventually have to have like how do I distinguish these different control points? That is very silly. That's very interesting. Well, wait. Okay, hold on though. The I could directly copy the update function, right? I could do that. That would probably make more sense, right? Okay, so I don't have to call this again when I'm... That's nicer. I don't have to call this again when I'm creating the control points. Yeah, that makes sense. That stand-up math video, isn't that the video where he's like, a user improved my program by 1 billion% or something like that? Is that the video? Yeah, I think I've seen that. 40 billion%. Yeah. Yeah, sounds about right. Yeah. Python versus Rust moment. Well, it's Python versus... I don't like Rust that much, so I hesitate to say Python versus Rust, because Rust, you pay for the nice, quote unquote safety features that Rust gives you. There's a cost to that. So if you're going for like Python versus a highly performant language, you wouldn't say Python versus Rust. You'd say Python versus C or Python versus Fortran. But nobody uses Fortran anymore. That's not true, but only like government stuff and like space stuff. The current fastest language in the drag race was Rust. I'm skeptical of that. That doesn't make any sense to me. I don't think Fortran is multi-threaded. Hmm. It's it's hard for me to tell just by googling that, because like there's always the case where anything is possible with any language if you try hard enough. Yeah, maybe I can't really tell. Sun, okay. There's an Oracle documentation page that's like, and it's like chapter 10 parallelization. So since it's from an official source, I might say like, yeah, whatever their flavor of Fortran is, it does. The current winner is now C instead of Rust. Okay, good, because in principle, Rust can't be faster than C, because Rust comes with these safety features that you have to pay for. It's pretty close though. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised, for especially for if you're measuring the speed, like if you've got a small program, then actually I don't know, Because maybe even in some small programs, it's like it could actually be like a relatively high cost that you're paying. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. How many times can we find all the primes up to 5 million, up to 1 million in 5 seconds? Oh, okay, I got you. Yeah. I mean, if Rust has the option where you can turn off certain things, then perhaps you can just make it equivalent to C. I don't know. But yeah, just in principle, I would expect it to be slow. Not that much slower, right? It's my understanding is it's basically C, different syntax, plus safety features. You can disable. Yeah, that's okay. That's what I thought. Yeah, you can disable it. Shoot. Okay. So first we have to check for the layers type. I have like a special problem with people saying that Python is fast because I've done data science work. And for some reason, in data science, for one thing, nobody cares about software speed. I mean, it's not unique to data science, but it's like especially true of data science because everyone is married to Python. Every data science just has to use Python. Um, they don't understand the concept of using another programming language. And like, okay, another problem that's probably why data scientists software knowledge is so shit is because you don't actually have to know, you're not taught that software, the deep software knowledge to be a data scientist. Usually you can have like a master's or a PhD, but it's in quantitative stuff and like theoretical stuff. So you learn the mathematical theories of how neural networks work, and you do like um you do calculus and like differential equations to figure it out, and a bunch of fun theoretical stuff. But they give you Python. Like no, they don't. I mean, I'm pretty sure I'd be really impressed, but they never like make you code your own neural network from scratch, for example. Or if they do, they still just let you use Python to do it, which is really silly. Um, yeah, to be a data scientist, there's like half or more of the people that don't actually have to know how to program very well. Now it's sort of changing because people want like machine learning engineers, quote unquote. So like they need to have some more cloud knowledge and like operational knowledge for how to take a machine learning model and put it into production so that business people can like access it and send data to it and things like that. So like gradually it seems like data scientists are expected to know more about actual coding, which is a really healthy thing because hopefully eventually they will learn how slow Python is. But I've had this conversation with my manager at my last job before, where I'm like, hey, because we're using Python, it's really slow, right? And his initial reaction was like, no, Python's fast. It calls C routines underneath of it, so of course it's fast. I'm like, I'm like, no, no, that's not true. And after I insisted, he's eventually like, oh well, okay, I guess you're correct, but even so, it doesn't matter. Just like who cares? And that I don't know. I find that very silly. I find that very silly. Like if I don't know, uh, like I've obviously got too many projects to worry about right now to even consider doing anything like this, but it seems like such an obvious thing to someone for someone to go and just write a data science library in C, or maybe not even a whole library, because if you write a whole library to do it, uh, you need like make it really general so it can do everything. That's just going to make it slow. Just like a really specific application, just like not even generic neural nets, just like just like specifically image classification or something like that. Just like really, really write it specific to that use case, and I wouldn't be surprised if it was just multiple times faster, tens of times faster, maybe even more. Uh, and I think the second somebody starts doing that, maybe people will start waking up. That would be nice, but probably not. Like it's such an obvious thing to do that probably multiple people have already done it, and it just hasn't been noticed. I don't know. The Pascal multi-threaded is about 8.5 times faster than the Python one. OpenCV. Computer vision. It's really fast. It will do face tracking at 60 FPS on a potato. I That seems decent. That seems decent. Yeah, maybe. Well, hold on a second. Hold on a second, though. Okay, so we're talking about an already trained neural network model. Um, that might actually be a really small number of computations. You'd be surprised. It sort of depends on how big the model is. Like a $15 single board computer. Yeah, it like even so, it might still be slow. A lot of pixels to look at, which is the main limiting factor. Let's see. It's got to be a convolutional neural network, which means it has to run these operations per pixel. Yeah, I kind of see how that could add up to a lot of operations. I'm just skeptical. I find it hard to believe that anybody's actually written software that runs fast, you know? But that could actually be good. That could be good. I don't actually know because I'd have to like sit and think. It's like, well, how many layers are in the neural network? What's the like pooling size for the convolution operations? Multiply that by how many pixels there are, like the resolution of the image. You would get some number of floating point operations at the end of that, and so it would just be a matter of like, well, if you can run a trillion floating point operations per second, what frame rate would you expect? Or like, I don't, actually, a trillion might be a little bit too much to expect from a $15 single board computer, but did you see the 2800 FPS? I Well, see, here's the thing. Um, a 2D a 2D rhythm game is probably less operations than you would need to run the convolutional neural network. Uh, is that true? I mean, it could be true because a lot of the UI stuff is you're just copying pixels over, whereas the convolutional neural network has to like assume that each frame is totally new, so it processes every single pixel. 2800 FPS. 2800 FPS does seem nice. That does seem pretty good. 2800 FPS does seem pretty good. And that was the Stepmania offshoot thing that's actually a drum game. You've never seen that high of a frame rate on anything. Okay, that's probably a pretty good indicator then. It was based off a completely different game. Oh, okay. What does my fill layer want from me? Hmm. Okay, I could take a guess at that. Um, that's pretty obvious. This is pretty straightforward. Oh my god, I'm gonna have to change this copy method every time I make a change to that class. In your survey of one, they hadn't heard of it. That's fair. Uh, I'm a little bit skeptical of like drum-based rhythm games, just because like it's the same thing with the guitar, where it's like it's meant to sort of mimic how you use those real instruments, but I don't think that playing drums for the rhythm game at a high level you'd actually be doing anything approximating how real drums are played. It forces you to actually play the drums for real. Well, it that can't be true unless it can detect hand motions or um, okay, does it how does it detect how hard you're hitting the drum? Is it a binary thing where as long as you hit it with a certain strength, it counts? Because if that's the case, it sort of disqualifies it to being like playing a real drum because the how hard you hit it matters. Hopefully you have ears and will play good. Well, that's sort of the issue. Like it's okay, obviously it's cool because if you could use the game with the purpose of getting better at drums. Okay, so if you use it for that purpose, then that's great. You could, but if you're just trying to optimize for how fast you can play the game, then you're probably going to end up not playing knowing how to play drums very well. You're going to learn like bad habits quite possibly. Yeah. I'm just skeptical because I wouldn't want to learn bad habits is the thing. I mean, I'm not going to play drums anytime soon. So like what do I care? But okay, visible, highlighted, selected, size ratio. We can't copy color unless I assume if alpha is undefined, it'll just assign it, right? Yeah, that's fine. Fill layer dot color dot clone. What was that other game? Like the guitar version of that? Rocksmith? Did did Rocksmith ever turn out to be good at teaching you guitar? Because like Rocksmith is less of a rhythm game, and it's more of just like for teaching guitar, right? So surely that's good at it. It's pretty decent. I imagine it's still got like some technical issues too. Like it might be a bit fiddly getting it to recognize things. Where's control points? That's the constructor, but I also need to set like control points and stuff. Ooh, joy. Okay, what does the constructor do? It will it will create my canvas. It will create the context. It'll create the preview. And it will it will fill the control points with incorrect values, which is fine because we can just overwrite that, I think. should be fine. That should be fine. Yeah, I just need to set the control points. You have to tune your guitar a quarter cent flat on 2 notes half the time. Well, how do you know this? How do you know this? Where did you find this information? There's also no accounting for plain bad charts. Yeah, that's true too. You used to watch Rocksmith streams sometimes. Okay. Okay. Cool. That's interesting. That's good to know. I don't know the do. I don't. Should I? Are they a big deal? I need to. Oh well, it already has control points, so I don't need to create those new classes. I just need to assign the proper values to them. So I guess I iterate over them. Okay, that's the control point. And then I would say control point, this one is equal to the layer that we're copying, control points I, the same value. He has 6 million subs. Wow, that's a lot. That's really good. Did the do videos on what's that chat app? Is it like Chat Roulette or something like that? Omegle. Yes. I might have seen him before. Oh, is his thing where his face is never on camera? Is that his thing? Yeah, I've totally watched a couple of his videos before. Okay, well wait. This needs to return a layer, does it not? uh, okay, how do I do that in JavaScript? Okay. That clones a layer, I claim. There we go. Clone layer layers I. Amazing. It's amazing. Nobody thought it could be done. He cloned a layer. That's totally wrong. Well, actually, maybe not totally wrong, but there's definitely something wrong about that. Okay, on the bright side, it does seem to be copying the control points. Is it that it thinks every layer is a fill layer? That does seem to be what it thinks. Hmm. Would it be useful for the user to have the option to copy it into a different kind of layer? Maybe yes, but they can accomplish the same things in sort of a roundabout way, so it doesn't really matter. Yeah, it's probably not worth the effort. Okay, so it thinks every layer is a fill layer. That's not good. If layer.type is fill, do this. If it's not, then do this. Oh, well, there's the problem. There's your problem. And we're missing, I don't know where it goes. The line width comes after thickness. Okay. Looks good. Now, hey, it copies them. And it copies them in the order I expected them to be copied. And then, oh god. We can just hit this button repeatedly until it crashes my computer. Yep, this was a bad idea. Oh god. No, my browser shouldn't crash my computer. yeah, there's some latency now. Click. Ugh. Takes like a full second to copy 200 layers. Man, look at all these layers. We have just such a complicated thing. Well, it'll be easier to do stress tests now, I suppose. Oof. uh, Not great. Well, line width updates fast. Wait a second. Huh. Yeah, I guess that's to be expected. Wait a second. What? What happened with the left side? Oh, okay. My program's being weird right now. Wow, that's funky. That's funky for sure. Have you considered making a limit on how many layers there can be so nobody does that? uh, that might make sense. Yeah. Yeah, that might make sense. That's extra code that I have to write, but yeah, maybe that's a good idea. Here's what I can do. Okay, here's the laziest solution ever. Um, if layers.length is greater than 100, we'll say 99. Return. Problem solved. just do nothing. Just have an if statement and do nothing. Now I can hammer this, and eventually it'll stop. Now I can keep clicking in and it won't do it anymore. Problem solved. God, dude, I don't know what's up with that. That's weird. It's something to do with my validation. If I look at left arm, at least I think that's the problem. Okay. If I look at left arm bottom and left arm top, what's weird is they were working before, so that's a little bit concerning. Is there a typo? Is there a typo that I typoed? Left arm bottom has this validation. Left arm top has this validation. This should be basically identical. No results. Okay, it's in 4 places. So I look at here, and it should basically be identical. I don't know, dude. I got nothing. If I comment out the validation and just let it do whatever it wants, does that quote unquote fix the problem? Okay. Increase the thickness, change the bevel size. No, that does not quote unquote fix the problem. What the heck? Wait, did I not run this? I forget. Why didn't this refresh when I ran npx webpack? When I run npx webpack, it should refresh this. That's weird. Gonna close you and then open it again. All right, let's try that one more time from the top. Increase thickness, reduce size a little bit. Change the bevel size. Okay, the problem is still there. You can actually see it. The bevel size does change because it goes from pointy to not as pointy, but it's not actually increasing properly. Okay, what if I like select it in particular? Its bevel size is 0. Hold on. Non-zero. Click on you. Okay. Wait, what? This guy's bevel size is that. This guy's bevel size is that. Huh? They should both have the same. What's also concerning is that sliding this slider doesn't really do anything. Huh. It for sure has something to do with my validation stuff. And I actually had planned to basically get rid of all my validation. Because it's like weird and complicated, and I don't need it. Okay, I'm gonna comment out all validation. With the knowledge that the validation was meant to prevent the user from setting a value that didn't look good. So now it will be possible. If you set the slider from 0 to 1k, yeah. I mean, now that I've removed validation, it can for sure do some weird shit like this. This is this is sort of what the validation was trying to prevent. Yeah, that this is actually kind of aesthetic, isn't it? Okay, increase the thickness. We have this. Okay, so that problem we were experiencing before has gone away, which is good. Validation is evil. We don't want it. Yeah, exactly. Nanny equals bad. That's what we learned today. So if I change the bevel size on just one of these, yeah, that's basically how it should work. Although it's kind of hard to perceive what's going on here. When the thickness is set to infinity like that? Okay. Yeah, that's exactly how it should work. Love it. Okay, so we're just going to keep that code commented out for now. What was I doing? Uh, the hard stuff is done. Now we just have to move layers up and down, right? Actually, that might be a little bit tricky. Um, can those number readouts also be text fields for less rage induction with accidentally forgetting to mirror? Oh, they are text fields. Your wish has already been granted. I think that's what you mean. I mean, it's not just your monitor contrast. I sort of hid the fact that they're text fields. Uh, yeah, maybe your monitor contrast is bad too. It's just a slightly darker box. Okay, you can see it now. Good. See, my preferred user experience is if the user doesn't know what they're programmed to do. So actually, the fact that you can see it all is a bad thing. I need to make it match closer. I'm going to take this function and put it somewhere else. I'm going to put it in the layer file. Do I want to do that? No, I changed my mind. I think that's a bad idea. It's going to live here. Ooh, I just thought of an edge case. What do the buttons do when you have nothing selected? Okay, it's clear that these should work just fine. But this, it does nothing. That's good. And this, oh, also does nothing. Okay, cool. No edge case at all. Okay. Are you aware? Are you aware that you can style your itch.io page to not be eye searing white when not using a dark theme extension? I guess I did know that. Yes. Uh, like for example, I mean, I could, without even messing with itch.io stuff, I could just mess with the CSS, right? You know, it never really bothered me somehow, but I do see how that could be a problem. Uh, that really tickled me. Oh gosh. Okay, how do I move layers though? I thought this was going to be easy, but like if I'm letting the user move multiple layers at the same time. Holy crap. Okay. I guess this needs to be performed as a sequence of swaps. That's probably the best way to code this. I can make it neon pink. That's a good idea. Okay, a sequence of swaps. So how do I swap two elements in an array? That's a little bit interesting. I don't know if I've ever done that before. Huh. How do I... How do I... How do I swap two things? A dot shift, slice, splice. All right, I think this is a Google thing. It seems so simple. How have I never? Do I really need to swap them? So the up and down arrows need to change the order of the layers in the array, and also like change the order of them in the UI. It 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 rearranges the layers so that they're drawn in a different order. How to swap two array elements. Just create a new array with them in the correct order. Okay, I could do that, I suppose. Okay, no, that's not the way to do it. Stack Overflow knows better. Cool. And then in the comments, there's like 8 different ways you could do it that are way more complicated. Okay, so we're only swapping the selected things. So like every good piece of code, we start with a for loop. We say if the layer is selected, then we swap it. We swap it. What direction are we swapping it? For moving up, we reduce the index. It's the reverse. Up is down. Okay. If it's selected and I is greater than 0, gotta handle that edge case, then let temp equal the thing that we're swapping onto, which is layers I minus 1. If I has to be greater than 0, then we would just start it at 1, wouldn't we? Oh god, okay, it's actually even a little bit more complicated. Okay, let's just finish the swap. I just thought of another edge case. Okay, temp is equal to that. This is equal to that. This is equal to temp. That's the swap. And did the selection change? Technically, no. We just need to update the layers display. That doesn't seem. No, that might be it. That might be correct. Got lost again. Let's see what this does. Let's see how this works. Okay. So if with just one selection, oh, if I'm gonna move it up, I need to select this. Boop. That didn't work. That didn't work at all. There was no error though. Ah. Okay. Cool. Up is down. No problem. I'll just move the code over here. That wasn't the function I was trying to write, but frick, I opened Notepad++ by accident. Okay. So down does what down is supposed to do. Okay. Now, if I add a new layer, let's delete this layer actually. Okay, here's line 1, 2, and 3. Now, what happens when I click this button? That's probably how it should work. But then if I do that again, it swaps those bottom two repeatedly, endlessly, forever. So that's an issue. That's definitely an issue. Okay, how can I check for that? Here, I thought you just read a tooltip. What do you mean? What do you mean just read a tooltip? Explaining that up means down and down means up? I could do that. I mean, all those things do still warrant tooltips regardless. Okay. I think it's like if the thing that we would swap onto is also a selected layer, then don't swap. If that is selected and layers I minus 1 is not selected, then swap. Okay. Down. That's what's expected. Down again. And down does not swap. Perfect. That's exactly how it should work. Okay, now we just reverse this operation. How hard could it possibly be to reverse it? Well, for one thing, we need to iterate over the array in reverse order. That much is certain. Okay, so if I is equal to the topmost thing, we can't move it up. So actually we start at -2. Okay. And we're going to be looking at I plus 1, I think. So replace I minus 1 with I plus 1. And in theory, that's it. Okay. So down, 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 up, up, up. Perfect. That's how it should work. And then 2 selected things. Up. Does that, yeah. Okay, fantastic. What if we select 3 things? Still does not explode. That's fantastic. Is there like a I don't think you could even see this on stream, but like is there like a couple of white pixels just hanging out down here for no reason? That's some kind of Chrome visual bug? Yeah, it's just hanging out there. It's not going to go away. Oh, and now if it only shows up if I hover over the scroll bar. That's cool. I love visual bugs in my browser. 480p. Is that the stream quality right now? 480p? Okay. So up and down, all the buttons work now. Oh, that's what you're overriding it to. Okay. There should be one higher, I think. At least. I think I should be doing 1080. Excuse me. Okay, so all the buttons work now. How cool is that? It only took us 2 hours. I was talking too much. Okay, 720 and 1080 are also available. Good. Okay, so I need to stare at this and decide what is the next feature I'm going to work on. Colors. Colors would be a big one. Yeah, that's probably the next one I need to do. Okay, so if that's the case, I need to figure out how I'm going to do a color selector. Is there a built-in one? What is this? This is not the built-in one, I don't think. No, it is not. That's just Web W3 Schools showing off. There is input type color. Input elements of type color provide a user interface element that lets users specify a color, either by using a visual color picker interface or by entering the color into a text field in RRGGBB hexadecimal format. Only simple colors without alpha channel are allowed through CSS though CSS colors has more formats, e.g. color names, functional notations. Yeah. The element's presentation may vary substantially from one browser and or platform to another. Yeah, that is true. You posted the Dorito one. Yeah, I like the Dorito one as well. It's a gamble which one I'm actually going to get to see, I guess. Uh, let's just try it and see what we get. What's the fastest way I can see a color picker? I guess I'll put it here. Yeah, let's see if we can see a color picker. Okay, there it is. Hmm. So it's not a. Oh wow, you actually can't see this on stream. That's weird. I don't know how to remedy that. How does window capture not show that? Cool. Great. That's a little bit annoying. Well, anyways, it's not the Dorito. It's it's a separate window. I suppose it is, which is a little bit baffling. It's a rectangle, and the vertical dimension is lightness, and the horizontal dimension is saturation, at least from what I can tell. And you've got a separate slider for hue. Yeah, you got a separate slider for hue. No Dorito equals lame. I suppose that's true. I don't know. I kind of like the rectangle. I kind of like the rectangle. I'm sure we could just Google like Chrome color picker, right? This is nope. That's something completely unrelated. It's this. It's this thing. This is what's showing up for me. It's not very good. What do you mean it's not very good? Trying to think of an alternative. I think it's good enough for now. That much is certain. But if I did want to change it, how would I do that? Doesn't have enough sliders. there's there's only 3 sliders. There's only ever going to be 3 sliders though. Well, there could be a fourth one if there was the alpha channel as well. I'll probably have to implement a separate slider for that if I want opacity, which I do. Like there almost certainly needs to be opacity. Hmm. Well, oops. That's just gonna have to be what it is for now. The alternative would require like several hours of work. I don't know exactly how many. I'd have to make my own color picker, which I don't know if I want to do that. Or, download some library that uses it. Can you steal the one that can I steal the one that I posted in general? I don't know, honestly. Isn't the one that you linked me actually the default one? It calls the operating system's color picker. It's a form. What? Like it in the HTML code, it says input type equals color. I think that uh I think it's a Chrome version issue, honestly. Yeah, I think it's just a version issue. I think older versions of Chrome had a nicer looking color picker. Yeah, that's do you have another link? You do have another one. Oh yeah, this looks like a custom one. That's for sure a custom one. Is that free and open source? We built HTML color codes because we believe tools for design should be well designed themselves. If you like the site, yeah, that's not, I don't think they're providing it for people to use. Well, I mean, they're providing it for people to use in the sense that, it's on their website, but I don't think it's like embeddable, for lack of a better term. I don't think they have a GitHub. It's fine. It's fine. I've decided I will simply use the HTML input elements, and nobody can stop me temporarily. VS Code has one. VS Code does have one, don't they? But I don't think theirs is gonna be written in JavaScript. Okay, so what I would need is a separate function for creating the labeled color picker. I'm going to copy this. And I messed that up slightly, but I'll fix it. Boo, boo, boo. Wait, this looks fine. Oh, function. Are you sure about that? I'm whether VS Code's color picker is written in JavaScript. I'm not sure about that, and that's scary. Okay, it doesn't need a min and a max and a step. It probably does need a value, but it's not a number. I don't know what it is, but it's not a number. All right, here comes the GitHub library recommendations. Okay, div, yes. It's not a slider div though, is it? It is a color picker. Color, yeah, color picker div. Is that true? No, that's not true. Color option. We don't have a range. Well, yeah, we actually don't have that, and we replace this color, let's call you color picker. Min max step. Value probably still going to be there. Now you are a color input, and not sure what to do about value yet. However, what I will do is color picker dot on input. Console.log the value. Import it, and does it not return div? What's the problem? Oh, I need to give it some arguments. That's fair. The ID. Color. Color picker. Label text. Color. Value, not sure. Warning, probably false for now. And a pin child, the div. Okay. So not much really has changed, except that now we'll have a label. The JS color one. Oh dear. A JavaScript color picker with opacity. That does seem nice. Well, do we have pictures of it? We have screenshots. Oh, yeah. Hmm. Yeah, so they've got hue and lightness in the box, and then a slider for. At least I think that's hue and lightness. No, it's not. It's hue and saturation. Yeah, it's hue and saturation, and then a slider for lightness, and then a slider for alpha. Yeah, that one is nice. Online configurator tool. Oh God, there's so many options. That's a lot. You had it all set up and now you can't get to it. Okay. Well, I've clearly done something wrong because it's not. It's probably just a CSS thing. Okay. Now, question. Oh, interesting. It changes the color every time. I guess that's kind of cool. Because every time it changes the color, it would also be changing this, which is nice. Okay. And what I get out of it is a hex code. I might like to have a text input for this as well, just because. Why not? Okay. I thought I didn't want that, but now I do. Wow, it really is down, isn't it? What have you done? You can set the background color and stuff. Hmm. Okay. We're bringing this guy back. Yes, we're bringing this guy back. And not range. We'll have this. This is not the validation we want on it, though. Um, I guess it would be if I mean there's probably a lot to it, but if input dot value dot length is equal to 7, then it's probably valid. Could bring that back. Wait a second. Oh. Oh. I now remember why I did this. Okay. That's fine. Cool. Wait. Aha. It's not slider input div. It is color picker input div. Okay. So now, yeah, that's how it should work. And what if I put a 9? Aha. And it updates. I love to see it. All right, now we need to CSS it. Where's all the slider stuff? Here it is. Okay, I kind of need this to have basically the same CSS. And I don't want to create separate names for the same thing. Oh boy. Okay, this is the one that would actually be different, I think. Yeah. This is the one that would actually be different, and then the other ones would be the same, I think. And now it should just look the same as everything else. Yes. Ish. Okay. I need to make sure that it has the same width. The div does, at least. as the slider. Okay, I can manage that. All right, enjoy your lunch. If I don't see you when you come back, then have a good day. I don't know how long I'm gonna be streaming. Probably not much longer. Slider label, slider range. Okay. All right. So if I do that, what do I get? I get a very wide color picker. Very wide. Can I change the border size on this thing? I might just make it not 100%. Oh, that made it worse somehow. What the heck? What the heck did it just do? Oh, I changed the wrong one. I should be changing this one. That was really concerning. Why did that happen? Okay. Well, that's good-ish. Can I change the border? Can I do like border 0, for example? I cannot. And it's not that matters, right? No. Okay, I'll just have to live with that, I think. We should do like 60%, and I'd like to be able to center the element inside of it. That might work. Sometimes text align just works like that. It does. It works. Okay. Question. The warning is in the same location. Okay. Yeah. Warning's in the same spot. Okay, that's good. Fantastic. I'm gonna take a break for a minute, actually. So I'll be right back. just in time before the next song started. I'm standing now. Ooh, don't bump the mic. Don't bump the mic with the display. We're adding a color picker. This is gonna be weird, isn't it? Okay, well, what things can have colors? None of the control points will have color. Right? So it's gonna be like line width in that way, I suppose. And both line and fill have color. Both line and fill have color. And they've already got it, I think. Fill layer. Yeah, it has color. Okay. And what do we do with it? We take it in the constructor. Oh, okay. Yeah, okay. What I would like to be able to do is go from a string to a color class. How do I deal with that? How do I deal with that? I think in JavaScript, actually, you can interpret hex as a number. I think there's a way to do that for free. Okay, so JavaScript hex string to number. Aha. If you put 0x before it, aha, and cast it and use like the number object. Okay, so that's doable. And I think it's RGB. 2 characters for each. Okay. Oh, it's actually 1 to 3. Because the pound sign. You know, I could just do this. Yeah, I could do that. Perfect. Okay. Sweet. Not 100% sure that that's going to work, but it should. So what do I do in index? It is possible for it to be undefined because the user could have 0 things selected, so we got to be aware of that. Okay. How does this work? Yeah, we are going to have a warning too. Let color. Hmm. How do I want to handle this? Because I'm gonna need to. I'm gonna be looking at the individual layers, right? Yeah. Okay. So I think this is actually going to be a colored object. And I think I'm gonna need a a new dot equals for color. If there isn't one already. Mm-hmm. Yeah, there's not. This doesn't seem right. Uh, JavaScript. Is it possible to override the equivalence comparison in JavaScript? Value of. Maybe that's what I need. Oh. This is not a good enough explanation. There's the Mozilla. Okay. Equality comparisons. Okay. Show me how to implement it for a class. This doesn't help me. Uh, I need to Google something different then. JavaScript object equals. Okay, you can write a this is a generic solution. Oh god, dude. No, I don't want a generic solution. uh, what is the function I need to override? Just tell me. Please, please. Gosh dang it, please. They're using Stringify. They're using Stringify. Holy crap, dude. No, not Python. Wait. Okay, I think value of. God. I think value of is the thing that we would want to change. Overriding value of for custom objects. You can create a function to be called in place of the default value of. Your function should take no arguments, since it won't be passed any when called during a type conversion. Mm-hmm. There we go. Okay. I'm not actually seeing some advice for how to write our own value of, though, other than the fact that it needs to be called value of. It should be so simple. It has 3 numbers in it. It's RGB. Okay, 4 numbers. RGBA. All I see is toy examples where people are like, "Oh, let's have value of equal 123." Oh my gosh, dude. I could just return a string. Question. Okay. Um, what's value of a string? Just a string. So strings are primitives. That's what I infer, at least, because value is supposed to convert to a primitive. I think that's it. Okay, I don't know why that took me like 30 minutes to search for. Oh my gosh, dude, that was insane. Um, cool. So now if we call equals on colors, it should work. If selected handles.length is greater than 0, then in that case, the color option wouldn't be appearing. Therefore, okay, yeah, therefore we don't need to worry about it. We'll leave it as undefined because it won't show up. Yeah, that makes sense. That's a nice trick. And it'll be the same as line width, so it's shorter. And we don't even need that. Okay. Is this correct? Type number is not default color. Huh. Huh. That's curious. What should the color default to when you select the line in the red? Black, I guess? That's pretty default. It's the defaultiest color I can think of. Oh, interesting. Okay. I did not know that. Did not know that it wasn't completely red. I suppose it makes sense. Okay, so the warnings are figured out now. And then I have this thing to write. Okay, and I basically am going to recreate all this. So let's copy it. Input type color. How do I code this? I didn't have that if statement. Oh, this is okay. When we input on the color picker, we update everything, update selected layers. I'm going to have to change the interface. Color picker dot. Oh, hey, check this out. Color dot from hex. Color picker dot value. What have I done? Okay, and this is not in the interface, right? Yeah, that's the only problem. Very, very good. Excuse me. Okay. So now I go change the interface. It expects a layer update. Layer update should be allowed to have a color. Now I go to everyone who's using a layer update. Huh. Which is all the layers, although it's not readily apparent. Ah, that's because fill layer. That's because they actually have different interfaces. Okay. Subtly different interfaces. Where is update? Okay. Fill update. Excuse me. This.color. Okay, and we don't need to do any control point updating. Beautiful, fantastic. It might simply work, which would be nice. Okay. This is wrong already. Yeah, this is wrong already. And it's lying to me as well. That's not fun. Yeah, why? Huh. I think I know why. Is it... Did it give me an error? Hold on. There's no error. Very strange. How are there no errors? There should be an error here. Oh, okay, check this out. Create labeled color picker. 1, 2, third argument, always empty string. That should work, except naturally we don't have an easy way to convert from a color to a string, from a color to a hex string. So I need to write that, I'm pretty sure. Something like 2 hex, I suppose. Right, and how do I do that? JavaScript integer to hex string. Dot to string 16. If you need to handle things like bit fields or 32-bit colors, then you need to deal with signed numbers. I don't think I need to deal with 32-bit colors. Oh God, imagine. So if I take this guy, dot to string 16. Oh. What if I put a 1 here? Well, that's really freaking convenient. That's like literally perfect. Why is this? Look at that. Why are there a bunch of zeros there? That doesn't seem correct. Oh well, no matter. To string 16. I assume. Oh gosh. You can't have fractional values, right? I wouldn't think so. Wow. Yeah, if there were fractional values, that'd be a massive problem. Um, cool. Cool. Okay. Now maybe that works. Probably not, but maybe. Okay. So this looks right. Right, it initialized to something, which is good. Wait. Oh no. Ha. I need to pad it. I need to pad the string. Oh no. Better install the left pad npm package. There we go. Now we have the proper number of zeros. Huh. Except it's not properly representing the fact that there's a conflict here. What does that mean? How is that happening? That doesn't make a lot of sense to me. Well, let me look in here, the place where we're supposed to be able to detect such a thing. If color is not equal to undefined, we make the color picker. Yes, that makes sense. Color from hex, the value, yes. Warning. Warning, 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 warning. Ah. Aha. The same mistake. I've done it again. There we go. Now we have the warning. Everything's hunky-dory. Okay. Then we open up fill. We bring it back to red. Cool. And then if I do this, that's the wrong color. That's the wrong color. That's the right one. This is the wrong one. You skipped back ahead to the present. What did I miss? Hey, welcome back. Welcome back. You didn't miss a whole lot. I took a few minutes break, and now we're properly integrating the color picker into the inner workings of the layers. And I'm using hex codes and converting to and from hex codes. That's basically what you missed. This is, okay, so blue, red, green, blue. There's two, okay. This must be a typo. Aha, yes. I knew it was a typo. Okay, so now, yes, this is actually the correct color. Very good. Okay. And it works. Oh yeah, you can't see the color picker. So I could, for example, add a new layer and make it smaller like this, and probably not use colors like that. Yeah, I could do this, for example. And then maybe I would grab the editing 2 control points in 3 layers. Okay, we've got a bug. Yeah, what the frick is this doing? Why does it think I'm editing 3 layers? Well, anyways, if it was working properly. I like how it looks like you're dragging your mouse on literally nothing. Yeah. And the arrow's just having a dance party. Yep. uh, Speaking of dance party, this doesn't make any sense. They're not selected. Hmm. It needs a floor creaking noise when you're doing that. Yeah. Uh, okay. Uh, if I select this. Okay, so it's always happening now. It has nothing to do with adding layers. It just thinks I'm always editing all the layers. Because of course it does. Okay. I mean the color feature is implemented, which is great, but you've got a problem. Did I ever show you the MLG browser extension that shows a hit marker and plays the sound effect whenever you click? No. That sounds funny though. Update selected layers. Update selected lines. Is it this? I think. Um, okay, who calls this function? This. What is this doing? This sends the value to the control points. I think I need to lower my desk. I've been standing. Let me be right back. Here we go. That's how we do it. We mute. It's gold for about 15 minutes. Yeah, that sounds about right. A hand crank for my desk? No. It just makes, a slight whirring sound, the engine motor thingy. Yeah. Yeah. I like sit stand desks. So what is this function doing? I iterate over all the handles, all the selected handles, and I say get the control point, look at all the control points connected to those handles, and I send them the update information. This would be completely correct if it's sending if the selected layers are correct. The update selected layers. That doesn't mean what I think it means. My function naming is like the bane of my existence right now. Is it layer selection changed? That's what it is. So is this function not doing its job? On layer selection changed, update control point handles, and this should be doing everything that it needs to do. For layer. Wait a second. Shouldn't it only be iterating over the selected layers? How did I not notice this before? That's what I want to know. Okay, so it should be as simple as if I select here, one control point and two layers. If I deselect you, one control point and one layer. Yeah, that was it. Why? Ah, confusion. Yeah, that's what I want to be able to do. Well, I can't really do anything about making that better. Unless I could literally move it. Like, same problem down here. You'd want to be able to literally move the control points up or down. Well, that's working. At least. That is working. Cool. Let me stare at this for a couple more seconds. Am I missing something? The bevel size can't go big enough. Okay, but yeah, that's basically how I want the feature to work, so that's good. That's good to see. Can there be a slider for the angle of the arrow pointer? I'm not sure I know what you mean, actually. The angle of the arrow pointer? Visual helper incoming. All right. Let's see. Color is good. Opacity is probably another thing I need. Yeah. Yeah, and I would need the opacity slider regardless, actually. Oh, well, yeah, color and kind of. Yeah, it's fine. It's fine. Post it in general. Oh, I see. I see what you mean, yeah. I call these the arms of the arrow. So depending on how you measure the angle, I guess you could say these arms are at 45 degrees. How did you measure them? Okay, you measured them differently. So you would call this 90 degrees, which is the angle between both arms. The angle between both arms. There's not a slider for that. There is not. There is not a slider for that. Um, what I'm gonna do most likely is, I mean, I think that angle is pretty niche. Maybe I'm wrong. I haven't seen that many note skins, but I don't know that I've seen a note skin that has a different angle than 90 degrees. But regardless, I do plan to add control point, another control point slider, uh, one for X and one for Y, so that you could just move these control points up and down. You see it vary by about 40 degrees. Hmm. You know what I wish I could do is after I've set all these things, is if I could change the thickness in a relative way rather than an absolute way. uh, huh. That's a little bit suboptimal. Hmm. Ah, well. I would like to add the X and Y thing. Okay, so I could do. What could I do? We know we need the X and Y sliders for the control points. Um, Actually, we need the X and Y sliders for the layers as well. So I can add that too. Let me think here. We might start here. Okay. I think I renamed this to offset. What? I renamed this. Why did it not? Huh. That's a little bit strange. I can't rename this element. Cool. I'm so glad. No, that's not what I'm looking for. This is what I want. Cool. Offset is a thing. And top left. Okay. Control point update dot offset is equal to top left. Okay, that's the thing we want to change. Change all the updates to allow offset. Well, it's gonna be like two separate things. So this dot update. Why is this mad? Are these not? Oh. Okay, they need to be made optional. That's an important distinction. These guys should have an offset. I'm a little bit confused. Okay. Okay, so actually my layers now need that as a variable. Okay, so it would be like okay, and let offset x equal default if undefined. Oops. Do I need to do .new on the point .2d? I don't think so. I really don't. Control point update. Okay. This is a little bit tricky. I need a new variable name. I can just, yeah, okay. I actually can use offset. Okay, I've just written that, and I'm not so sure if I like it though. I don't think I expect the top left to change. Gosh dang it. Do I make a separate variable just for top left? Let me think here. Generate standard control points. Should probably be something I pass in here, actually. Yeah. Yeah, that way I don't have to keep trying to pass in the top left during every update. It's making the logic way more complicated than it needs to be. Okay, but question, problem. Okay, I only call it here, and it's in a context where I could know the top left point, I think. Okay. All right, we've got tons of errors now. Oy vey, oy vey, oy vey. That's fine, just gotta paste this in 9 times, no big deal. Okay. this is one change that I have to make. And then, okay. The tip center is equal to this dot top left x plus offset. This dot top left y plus offset. Yeah. Very good. Yeah, that should work. I think that'll work really good. And we get offset in there, and I'm going to move it down. That should work really well. Honestly, I could calculate the top left in here if I really wanted to. It just feels better to do it this way, I think. This is like how it should be. But probably tomorrow I will decide that I hate this or something like that. Or not tomorrow, but like 3 days later. I'll look at this and be like, why is this here? Who thought this was a good idea? Okay. And then I need to do this change in multiple places. So I think what I do is I control F this. Yeah. And I replace that with this in 8 places because I already did it there. Yeah, I think that's right. Similar process here. Oh, look what I did. Ah, here. Here. Wait a second. What did I just see? Top left X plus offset. Yeah. Yeah, that's how it should be. Okay. Very good. And now, why is this mad at me? Yep. As I thought. Okay. Now, when I create this, I need this. Okay. And that will work just fine because it's all globals. Well, size. It's a function of size. Huh. this difference. Does this mean it starts out at 0, 0? Oh, frick. Okay. Okay, I might have been misunderstanding this a little bit. Just a little bit. Okay, what I was trying to avoid here is when the size ratio changes. When the size ratio changes, I don't want to overwrite the control point uh, offset is what I'm trying to avoid. And I think that means I do need two separate values like I was doing. I think that is what that means. Yeah. Um, but I think I need both of these. I think I need both of these here. Because one of them is from the size. But why am I doing this weird redundant thing where there's like size and top left? How does it work right now? How does this work right now? Okay, size does the size thing. If I pick you and I change the size, it's changing the x and y towards 0. So could I not take this calculation and bring it in here? That basically what I should be doing. And size is just going to be equal to this. Yeah. Yeah, that's what I should be doing. Okay, let me look at that skin. You claimed that the skin in that video is not a right angle? I am skeptical of that. I am skeptical. Maybe it's just because it's kind of small because I didn't maximize it on my screen. Okay, so actually what's happening here is I don't pass in top left anymore. That was a misguided idea. Instead, what happens is based on the size ratio, I calculate top left. God, I hope this makes sense. I hope this makes sense. I think it does make sense, actually. Wait. Oh God. My brain. My brain hurts. I don't actually fully understand this. Because this thing used to be called top left, I believe. Yeah. Well, wait. We wouldn't even control point update. Yeah, control point update used to have top left, but I don't think it was working properly. Oh no, I would be changing the control point updates top left and then passing it in. All right, I'm gonna keep going like this until I decide I've made a horrible mistake. then we don't get any type checking on the this dot, which is a little bit concerning. But I think that's right. Yeah, basically this. Cool. All right. Get rid of that. Oh. Yes, we're getting rid of this. Okay. I don't think we get top left in the update, though. We get size ratio in the update. And then we add offset to it. Okay, and then any reference of this. Oh, geez. Okay, so I gotta do this 14 times. Just real quick. What I could do is I could delete this like this. Yeah. Okay. Magic is happening. Okay. We never set top left X or top left. We're just setting size ratio. Yeah. And we also pass in an offset. We need the interface to not be a point, though. Crap. Because the user could set offset Y on the layer and not affect offset Y on anything else, hopefully. Oh, gee. Oh, gee. this dot offset. So how did I do it here? Yeah, I do this. I do something like this, right? And then I do this. Except I need to define it this way because control points don't have a constructor, so it wouldn't be guaranteed to have the object there. And we're not looking at a fill update. We're looking at a control point update. Okay. But this dot offset is not going to be defined. Frick. Okay, we get a constructor. This should actually come at the very bottom, I think. Doesn't that seem like the most sensible way to arrange it? Yeah. Maybe even in a separate little block. Sure, that seems correct. Cool. And now I've neglected to put question marks. And now yeah, if you update the layer, you definitely send this in there. Yeah? Is that I think I can do that. uh, yeah, that's basically the simplification I was trying to achieve. Although I'm skeptical. Yeah, I just want to do this. Just want to be able to do this. Why is this unused? It's unused because I didn't do this. Very good. Fill layer has offset now. Line layer has offset now. All right, now we do the UI. Color. Yeah, I guess I can put the offset after color. It should be okay. Let's see. Both of them, both layers have offset X and Y. This is the warning part. Okay, yeah. Oh, one thing I forgot to change. The let's see. There's offset. Oh, okay. It's already being initialized at 0. That's good. And how about here? Okay, no, I remembered. Okay, now we go all the way up here. We need 2 new variables, or 4 new. Hmm? Hmm. Okay, gotta go make a default offset. That should be correct, I think. And we copy for offset Y. No more offset X's, I claim. Okay. And then the slider. Oh dear, what have I done? Okay. Ah, more copying and pasting to do. Oh yeah, hold on. Ah, we're replacing size. Label the input ID. Okay, that's fine. The label should be X offset. That's right. That's correct. Okay. And it's different if you have selected handles. Right. The only difference is update control points versus update selected layers. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. And then we do the same over here. Amazing. Amazing. Will it work the first time? Will it work first try? No. Cannot read properties when find reading X. Control number 69, I think is where the error was. Control point line 69. This dot top left, X and Y. I actually don't need this dot top left X or Y. Yeah, I don't use that actually because we don't save that information. We calculate it every frame or every update. Yeah. X offset is 1. That's a problem. I've neglected to set some things here, though. It occurs to me. Right. We need min, max, step is fine, value is what it is. Aha! There's one problem. And then the next problem is this needs to be... these do need to be ratios. Oh my goodness, these need to be ratios. Well, it's going to be negative 1 to 1. We need to do some renaming. Offset X ratio. Okay, how does update work? Thickness ratio, bevel size ratio, size ratio. I should include offset in the update, I think. Yeah, let me come over here. You require these in the constructor, but right. Okay. Yes, yes, yes. Rename this. Okay, back to the control point logic though. Now that these are ratios, needs to be a little bit different of logic. Not that much different though. Oh, I have to do this renaming 8 more times. Awesome. Ah. Let's see. 6 times 9 is 56. Why is it off by 1? Oh, because there's one right here. Okay. Wait, 9 times 6 is 54? Holy cow. The fact that I'm not sure. It's 54. Okay. Replace all. Come up here and delete this. Okay. Yeah. I don't know. Maybe I'm not thinking straight or something. Uh, so the only thing wrong here is since this is a ratio, we need to multiply it by size. And that's it. That's the whole thing. This I think I can do with Control F. It's gonna find that too, unless I do it like this. That's a problem. Yeah, it should definitely be this dot. What did I do? Crazy thing that look at this. What am I doing here? This should have. This should be. This should be happening here. Oh dear. Oh dear. Now that should be done. No errors yet. Oh, oh, look at that. What a relief. What a relief to see. Fantastic. Okay, how about the control points? The control points don't have that option. Okay. Huh. This is different than it was before, but better somehow? Yeah, that's interesting. I think I corrected a long-standing error. I guess I'll find out. Um, so this is a UI problem. It's not giving us... Oh, I think I know why. Uh, if selected handles dot length is greater than 0, I forgot to add it in here. Okay. Oh, I forgot to rename the default. Okay. I should just do it like this, I think. Although I do love to make typos. Especially if it's just going to be a one-letter typo. Alright, I think that's correct. Now we can edit individual control points. I claim. Indeed. Aha. Bevel size, none. Well, actually, I want to make all of them bevel size none. Yeah, there we go. Look, it's the T-pose arrow. Just like you wanted. Kind of. kind of. Here, I can... There we go. Oh, whoops. And there's whatever this is. Oh, God. That's not what you expected to do at all. Interesting. Well, there we go. We ruined it. Oh well. But this is a good thing because I wanted this functionality eventually, anyways. So. Oh God, why is it? Oh, because I selected those two. Whoops. Here's whatever this is. Let's see. Bevel size. Well, that's something. Size. If I bring this guy down a bit, and I bring you guys up, it will almost look normal. Oops, I messed with size. Yeah. Yeah, whatever this is. This is an arrow. It's almost like a spade. Yeah, exactly. It really does. Oh, I could bump up the bevel size here. Ooh, yeah, now it's really looking like a spade. You just noticed the angle thing is working. Why are you so tired, man? Well, it is. It is. Is it just because it's the post lunch uh, crash? Oh, 0.1 is the magic number there. You got up at 9 p.m. yesterday. What? That's like exactly reversed. Oh, almost. Practically. What does a spade look like? This looks slightly off. Spade suit in cards. Oh. That's not what I thought it would look like. I mean, it's near enough. Uh, yeah. Well, these shouldn't be so pointy down here. I selected the wrong ones. Those can be pointy. Ooh, that's not doing what you would think it would do. Because I'm using an arc. Uh, it's all lumpy now. That's the best I got. Well, hold on. I bring it in a little bit. No, no, that just makes it much, much worse. It looked better before. Oh well. You might not be able to do one exactly, but stylized one should be pretty easy. Yeah. I I mostly just messed around with it anyways, but it's good that, it's possible to almost get a spade in there. Sweet. Awesome. And if I duplicate these, and then I select these, I can... Oh, well, that's interesting. That's unexpected. When I duplicated them, it didn't give me a size warning. Interesting. Okay, so the deep copy might be a little bit fucked up. Well, anyways, I've been doing this long enough. I'm good. Holy crap! It's been 5 hours. Yeah, I'm done. I'm done, man. I'm gonna leave. This was fun though. Thanks for sticking around. I want to make the top. Yeah. Cool. Good stuff. All right. Thank you so much for watching. Uh hope to see you next time. Until then, farewell.